another track that didn't want to work for me. And if only the pace truck could get itself unstuck here, we could probably get back to racing and finish up this race. No, this is what I'm going to do. Since we've already made it 56 laps in, this race is only going to be 50 laps long, and it's getting restarted with 50 laps. And the fuel mileage, I know that they're probably going to be pitting at about the end there. So what we're going to do is just 40 laps. Full reset. The game simply glitched out, and hopefully we don't get another caution, because evidently this track does not like cautions, so seems to be the best way to go about it. This will really only be 40 laps. For an official race here, we'll get a winner crowned. And now that I've got the house chores done, I can sit down and actually commentate on the race here tonight. So 40 laps. A very much shorter USA Trucks event, but evidently this track is glitched to high hell. It's not a track that's going to be on the calendar for next year, so as long as we can go caution free, this race will be just fine and finish in a 40 lap period. Thank you folks for tuning in, sticking around. Obviously, technical difficulties have just become the name of the game with NASCAR Racing 2003. And we got to persevere and move on. On to the race here. 40 laps tonight from Oklahoma in the Okie Tango. 40 laps now. Off to the early lead, it's going to be Guido Piano over Billy Lovejoy in second. I apologize, I have not been able to keep on top of all the updates on the server today, so I'm trying to call the race here, and I'll try to catch up with all the fun stuff later on here tonight, hopefully. Well, this track definitely runs like a super speedway. It's a shorter super speedway. Interesting how a track that's only 1.945 miles in length can run like such a super speedway-esque track. Early lead here belongs to the 64 of Jacob Shangle. We got the 49 behind him of Paul Venezuela, Trevor Vaden, and Jack Davis on that inside line as well. 19 of Guido Piano started up front, and he's still hanging in there, but he's going to have a little bit of work to do to get back to the lead. As the lead continues to rotate at the front here, many drivers taking the lead and swapping it. The outside lane dropping backwards here. Now you've got some new faces leading the way. Jack Davis along with Tasha Wright, and even the 03 here of Bailey Parker, who has the fastest lap so far. Paul Tabarini in the number 86 just behind that, and the number 5 of Santi Messi. Couple of these drivers looking to maybe secure a win here to lock themselves into the championship chase for the USA Trucks East-West Division. This is the West Division here in Oklahoma tonight, and one win will guarantee you a seat to make it up into the East-West Championship battle between both divisions. Parker with the fastest lap and now leading the race at the front of the field. Chris Harvey making an unscheduled pit stop here, it seems. A few drivers having to pit. And we're under caution. So one thing I didn't need because the game is broken. This track's broken. Oh, Lord. Yeah. This track, we're just going to make it through tonight. But we can't start again because the game's already froze back on the endless caution loop. So, yellow flags are disabled here tonight. And we'll eventually get through this one.
Touch all your seatbelts, touch all your seatbelts. Touch your Hans, just make sure you get everything like you want. Gentlemen, start your favors. Touch all your seatbelts, touch all your connections, touch your Hans, just make sure you get everything like you want it.
I am trying, folks. We've got 4 races to run tonight, and I can't even get through the first one, so we'll be doing trucks on the first 2 races here tonight. Oklahoma and then Darlington for the East Division. This Oklahoma race already shortened to 40 laps, so someone's going to win the race in a shortened fashion. And we had to just now disable caution so that this race can go caution-free without any trouble because the track is glitched with the pace truck. Once they get racing, it's all right, but goodness gracious, great balls of fire. We're back and rolling here tonight, and at the front row, you've got Santi Messi and Kyler Sustre. Second row, you've got Matthew Fastnot and Tasha Wright. The 26 of Jamison Thole and the 15 of Noah Hobson. Billy Lovejoy in the top 10 there, and that number 2, Papa John's Chevrolet. Your current points leader, Trevor Vaden, right there, a stone's throw from the lead, along with Jimmy West, Jacob Shangle, and now the 24 gets into the wall, and he's dropping backwards. There's 4 wide for a brief moment there as they all drive right around the 24. Three wide in about the top 15 positions there. Right now it is Jamison Thole jumping to the lead. Side by side with Matthew Fastnot, the winningest driver here on the West Coast this year. Matthew has gotten quite a few wins and he's looking to add on to it and help maybe give him a good boost for the championship chase at the end of the year. Jason So with the fastest lap so far. He's a little bit further back in the pack, so has a little bit of work to do here tonight. But the fastest lap always helps. Shows that you've got the speed, got the pace here tonight. But are you going to be able to have the chance to move through the field in 40 laps time? Fastnot gets the lead here away from Jamison Thole. That outside line was able to get quite a rush there as the 26 drops now to third. Billy Lovejoy thinking about it there in the Chevrolet. Wants to try and get around the 26 here, but is he going to have an opening? Kind of at a stalemate. It's hard to pass when you're this tight at the front of the field. Something's got to give. Here comes Jamison Thole with a great push. He's going to get alongside Matthew Fastnot for the lead again. And 3 wide for the lead as Billy Lovejoy makes a big, bold move there to take the position away. Still 3 wide for second, third. Falling backwards is Matthew Fastnot at a rapid pace here. He's going to be stuck 3 wide for a while, as now the 5 of Santi Messi and the 21 of Trevor Walker both get by him here. The 07 of Jonah Burridge, the 25 of Tim Morse, as we've got a big single file truck breakaway at the front of the field here. Everyone getting around the 09 with haste. You've got the Trevor Ventures teammates making it 3 wide. Trevor Walker on the bottom. Trevor Vaden on the high side. And here comes Trevor Walker. It looks like Billy Lovejoy might be able to lead a lap here. He does not. He falls right at the end of... Oh, wait. He did get the lead lap. My bad. So, Trevor Walker to the lead. He has not had very many wins this year, and he's still searching. Here comes Jonah Burridge. Now, here's what's interesting. Without cautions here tonight, if someone gets in a wreck, that's kind of the end of the night for you. As the track won't allow us to run cautions, it's pretty much wide open here. These USA Trucks West drivers have a very uncanny race here tonight. Not very typical for the series. But yet, still the same chance for someone to get a win here tonight. And new to the series, Paul Valenzuela jumps to the lead, taking it away from the Trevor duo that has led so many laps here this year. Trevor Vaden looking on the low side. The 49 is going to have a hard time holding him back. Jimmy West also making some moves, getting up to second here. Jamison Thole back on the move, and Tasha Wright as well. Ray Marcus in the 76 Chevrolet starting to make some moves as well, cracking into the top 10 and almost the top 5 for the first time here tonight. As this time around, it'll be lap 10 of 40, meaning we'll have 30 laps left to go. Jimmy West looking to take the lead. That number 08 Budweiser entry. And there he is. He took the lead away from Trevor Vaden. Y'all are looking at a one-and-done race here tonight. Whoever gets this win will be the only driver in the USA Trucks to win at this track. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, a track simply known as the Haviland 500. We don't know much more details on it other than that. And these trucks are putting on one hell of a show as it continues to rotate between our leaders here. They're flying around this under 2-mile super speedway at about 193 miles an hour here today. Ray Marcus to the lead. We have not seen that 76 lead very many laps in the series, but yet here he is, leading the way over a bunch of hungry racers. Oh, dang near 3 wide for second, but they settle in double file for now. That number 27, another new driver we don't see very much, Matthew Hubert, who's running a regular cup schedule right now. Having a decent run in the front half of the field here. Paul Tabarini, Casey Nanico, and Bailey Parker all running up front here. Ooh, Paul Tabarini gets stuck up high, and he's going to drop backwards here. This here tonight is race number 15 of 16 for the West Coast. And then the Darlington race later on tonight will also be race 15 of 16 for the East Coast. And then we only have 2 more truck races left. Evergreen will run on the west side, and Pocono for the east side next week to crown our regular season champions. Next week is going to be 4 races and 2 nights of championship crowning achievements. I've been trying to keep up here, folks, and it has just been a whirlwind couple of days last few days. And hoping we're getting towards the end of the regular season in the trucks, getting towards the end of the seasons in ARCA and Bridge to Cup. And I just want to give everyone the best possible production here for everything racing in Sigma. And we're getting there. Once we'll crown the champions, I can actually sit back and maybe take care of the more frantic stuff at home and focus on giving the best production of the remaining races here in 2025. We'll be looking towards 2026, which will be an exciting year, full of racing action. Paul Tabarini leads this lap, but it looks like Adam Starr making a move. Paul Valenzuela also back up to the front again. Trevor Vaden up, down, all around, coming back into the top 5. But here is the 25 of Tim Morse. We haven't seen him up in the top 5 yet. Is he going to be able to crack the top 5? Yes, he is. Top 5 and moving. That 25 is on a rail on the inside line as he's got Jimmy West in front of him. Halfway through the race here, 20 more laps to go. That's very exciting that we've got some great silly season action happening already amongst the Sigma server. Drivers joining ARCA trucks wherever it might be, and we're seeing some new names and new places for 2026. Paul Valenzuela is going to get overtaken here by Jimmy West. Tim Morse is not the 25. That's Philip Purpura. I've had it wrong here all night long. It is Philip Purpura in the 25, and it looks like he might have a little bit of trouble with that 25 as he dropped way off the pace here. Tim Morse would be in the 15 on the East Coast, so I apologize. It has been a very frantic week, and I am trying. It's just been some trying times this last couple weeks, so I don't think Philip Purpura will be offended. He'll probably understand. You know, life gets busy, and sometimes 15s and 25s get all mixed up in your head. So Philip Purpura dropped way off the pace. Is he still running? Yeah, he is. But the lap traffic is going to slow down our leaders, and we're going to have a big traffic jam at the front here. Valenzuela holds the lead. Ray Marcus up to second, and here comes Matthew Fastnot back up into the top 3. Paul Ladino, Krista Cower, and Casey Nonico moving up again here. Mad Matt and that DuPont Rainbow Toyota, he's been on a tear this year, and he's looking to keep it rolling. Number 94, Hertz Rental. Chevrolet takes the lead here. Paul Ladino still winless this season. We're not going to talk too much about points as I haven't been able to get caught up with points over the last couple weeks. Hoping to get that maybe caught up here tonight as well after all the streaming action is done and over for the evening. And the 88 of Casey Nanako going to the lead here, with the 15 of Noah Hobson trailing right behind her. Hobson goes low, Nanako goes high. And here comes Jonah Burge in the Thomas Choo Choo engine, driving right through the 15 like it was sitting still. 58 of Davian West moving up through the field, and the two Trevor teammates also getting back into the mix here. Trevor Walker and Trevor Vaden both. Cat Durham gets stuck up high here, right in front of Noah Hobson in the 15. Davian West, he's closing the gap to the leaders in front of him. But here goes Trevor Walker trying to take the lead away from Jonah Burridge. Laps remaining here tonight in the first race of the evening. It is a late night for most, and if you're in for the long haul tonight, we'll have plenty of racing action to get through because I have fallen behind schedule here. Davian West to the lead now, taking it away from Trevor Vaden. How long is the 58 of Davian going to be able to hold that lead? Well, as the laps start to wind down here tonight, at the Haviland racetrack. This track was glitched from the get-go. The pace truck was getting stuck on caution, so we had to reset the race a couple times, disable cautions, and here we are rolling to the finish here tonight. 5 laps to go. It is Santi Messi leading over Tasha Wright and the 15 of Noah Hobson. Up into the top 5, you've got the 14 of Adam Starr, the 76 of Ray Marcus, and here comes Paul Tabarini back into the mix. He had the lead there briefly, got shuffled backwards pretty quickly, and now getting back to work, looking to try and get around what's left of the trucks in front of him. Here comes Tabarini on the low side, the 76 in front of him. That is Ray Marcus. But Tabarini's going to have his hands full with the 21 of Trevor Walker, who's desperately looking for a couple more wins this year. And honestly, the 2 drivers behind Tabarini are no slouches. The 09 of Matthew Fastnot has had 4+ wins this year, and he's looking to add on to that, help his chances in the chase with some bonus points. But here we go. Tabarini looking on the low side of Tosh Wright. Is he going to take the lead too early here is the big question. With 3 laps remaining at the line. He gets the lead. He's going to run right there in front of Tasha. He's going to have to hold off the likes of Trevor Walker, Matthew Fastnot, and even Paul Ladino. 3rd in line there. Davian West moving back into the mix. Trevor Vaden not out of it. 3 wide for the lead. Tabarini's going to get pushed back to 3rd. He's going to have to defend on 4th and maybe even 5th here as he's 3 wide for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Tabarini gets stuck up high. That inside line is charging to the front here. 2 laps left to go. He can get settled in line here, find an opening on the low side, and start fighting, get back up to the front. But time is running low. Davian West makes a move down low on Paul Ladino. Trevor Vaden now back into the mix. I don't know where you want to be. If you want to be anywhere in the top 10, you should have a great shot at winning here tonight still, since it seems like no matter what, you're a sitting duck out front in the lead. Jimmy West, yeah, it looks like we got about a 10 truck breakaway at the front of the field here. It's really anyone's game at this point. That inside line is where you want to be. Davian West blew his shot a little bit too early there. Here comes Tabarini back. Tasha Wright, Guido Piano, Jimmy West. This time by, they're going to see the white flag. If you're in the top 10, you may still have a chance to win this thing. Jonah Burge is going to lead lap 39 of 40. Here comes one of the truck champions here in the series, Guido Piano, your 2022 truck champion. He's going to have to hold off Jimmy West and Paul Tabarini on that low side, though. Tasha also moving back into the mix. Jimmy West, Paul Tabarini, who's going to get up to that 19's bumper. Tabarini gets alongside the 08. It's Guido Piano driving away with it at the moment. Start-finish line is going to be right about there. It's going to be Guido Piano with the win here today, folks. 3 wide for 2nd place. Tabarini comes home 2nd. Jimmy West 3rd. Tasha Wright in 4th. And just like that, the 19 truck is back in championship contention. Seems like no matter what, Guido Piano finds his way back into the championship mix each year, without a doubt. So, exciting way to finish off this cursed race that we had here tonight. As you can see, that pace truck is not going to leave pit road. It is glued into the wall, which might be an easy fix for me. I could go into the sandbox editor and fix this track for future, because the racing here is pretty fun to watch. That's why I added it to our calendar. exciting racing action here, and very fast, frantic, and super speedway-esque short track kind of a super speedway. It's just one of many here tonight, folks. Buckle down for the long haul here, as that'll be our West trucks. Up next will be our East trucks.
Favor, touch all your seatbelts, touch all your connections, touch your Hans. Just make sure. Favor, touch all your seat.
Alrighty, so a few different names. Just the other side of the truck bracket. You're looking at Alan Malcolm and Alex Sanvital. Front row start here tonight. Snake Plissken with a good start. Top 5 alongside Tim Cording in the 50. And David Bird qualified 5th alongside Cannon Gage in the number 5. Well, so far with the early lead, it is Tim Cording over Alex Sanvital and David Bird. ARCA does come on after the truck race here, so we will be running in way late into the midnight on both the west and east coast. 200 miles here at Darlington might go by pretty quickly though. 147 laps of hard racing here in South Carolina. What's going to be exciting after tonight? Excited to see all the points situations rolling into the regular season finale next week. David Bird's definitely had one of the best seasons of his career so far. Front of the field getting a little bit more bunched up here as Skylar Taylor, she's in fourth, moving closer to the front. And that's Chelsea Carter in the 43. We're starting to see some drivers develop a Darlington stripe on the side of their truck. Very common here at Darlington to see these trucks get so close and constantly make contact with the outside wall. Tim Cording loses the lead here, and on to the front it is the 10 of Alex Sanvital, followed by the 45 of Skylar Taylor. Some big moves being made here as drivers are dropping backwards, a few others moving to the front. As it sets here on the East Coast, Alex Sanvital sits third in the points with 1 win this year. Alan Malcolm, your points leader, with 4 wins. James Gunner, second with 1 win. Of course, that doesn't include the last race that we had, race number 14 on the calendar. So, green for the start of this race here. Chelsea Carter's been impressive. Without a win this season, she still sits 5th in the points, and she's making some moves looking to try and get by the 45 of Skylar Taylor. Andrew Moger in the 74, he's had a win this season. If I remember right, it was at Daytona where he got his win, so he's locked into the chase. How far is he going to be able to go, though, is the big question. A few of these drivers that are locked into the chase may not really have what it takes to fight for a championship. And here comes Chelsea Carter. She routes herself around the 45 of Skylar Taylor, blowing by to get to second here. So along with Chelsea Carter, we've also got the 77 of Chase Kovacic moving up here to the front half of the field. All in the meanwhile, Alex Sanvital leads, but for how long? Chelsea's proven that she's got the speed to get around the trucks up at the front here. And so with the ARCA races here tonight, we're going to have Pocono first, since that'll be an easier track for me to kind of process without having to do heat races. We'll end the night at Meridian with heat races in the main event, the whole shebang. So Kovacic looking about to try and take the position away from Chelsea Carter. Tim Cording moving back into the mix. Chaz Chadwick with the fastest lap so far, running in 6th there. You can see the purple Cadbury chocolate truck eking ever closer up to the front. And just like that, Kovacic making a move on Chelsea Carter for second. Just when you thought Carter was going to start moving up to the lead, things get shaken up a little bit. Kovacic goes and gives her a bump. I don't know if she's going to appreciate that. You could see there's a little bit of retaliation after the 77 of Kovacic got into her. She kind of turned back down into him a little bit. That's a touchy subject there, getting into another driver for position, especially when the boss man for Chelsea Carter's running right on your tail end here. Don't know if Tim Cording will take very kindly to his team trucks getting roughed up here. It may be Darlington, but there's still a little bit of give and take to be had. So Chelsea Carter goes from running second and falls all the way back to 6th. 26 laps into the race here. 120 laps left to go. Two Toyotas and a Chevy lead the way. You got a Volkswagen and a Honda rounding out your top 5. Chevy, Subaru, I want to say a Dodge, and maybe even a Toyota. The rest of the running order there. Toyotas have definitely been the star of the show here in the USA Trucks. Hard to beat them when they've won so many races over the last couple years. Chevy trying to establish themselves after having such a rough start in the series. It took them so many years to get 3 wins. It took about 3 years to get 3 wins for the truck. Oh, and Tim Cording gave Kovacic a little payback there for getting into his team truck. Kovacic got run up. Now Kovacic's going to have to deal with the 43 of Chelsea Carter, who might just remember exactly what happened a couple laps ago. Kovacic stuck on the high side. Chelsea not doing him any favors as she's going to keep him stuck on that high side. She kind of gets him pushed up high, and he's having a hard time finding an opening as he's going to drop to the tail end of the longest line here at the front of the field. That is Tim Morse in the 15, not to be confused with Philip Purpura, who is in the 25. Now we have a trio of trucks that we've seen fight for wins many times over. The only difference is that 10 truck is no longer Jordan Walker, as it is Alex Sanvital now. But the 50 of Tim Cording and the 18 of Chaz Chadwick remain the same from 3 years prior. These this pretty much trifecta of trucks we've seen fight for wins left and right throughout the years. Sometimes the names may change for the driver of the seat, but the presence, the prestige remains there for the number. The truck. It's a fight between Honda, Toyota, and Chevrolet. So far, no cautions here tonight at Darlington. 33 laps in, 114 laps to go. Guarantee you there's a couple drivers hoping for a caution here to help get things kind of bunched back up at the front. Alrighty, so 100 laps left to go here at Darlington. This battle at the front getting interesting as Alex Sanvital continues to hold the lead over Tim Cording and Chaz Chadwick, but that 50 is right up on the back bumper of the number 10. Is he going to be able to make a move here before green flag pit stops start to factor in? Darlington's always an exciting track to host races at, and it never disappoints. Fuel mileage may very well factor into tonight's event. We'll have to wait and see, but it's going to be close. Some of these drivers are going to be strategizing to make the most of their fuel mileage here tonight. Lap traffic's going to be a factor here as well, as your leaders are starting to close up on the lap traffic at the back end of the field. Alex Sanvital doing a great job holding off Tim Cording at the moment, but for how long is he going to be able to? Really, it is a 3-truck breakaway from the rest of the field. Next closest truck in 4th place is Chelsea Carter, and she is way off from the leaders. This is one of the things about Darlington everyone's got to love, is the tire degradation is a huge factor here. And you're seeing a big discrepancy in lap times because of the tire wearing out on trucks quicker than others. Tim Cording made it interesting there for a moment, but Alex Sanvital fights back to hold on to the lead. Here he goes again, Tim, with the really hard charge on the backstretch here at Darlington. Is he going to be able to get alongside the 10? Not quite, as he has to slow up and settle in line behind the number 10. Lap traffic, though, may help him. He's keeping it interesting as that number 10 is not able to stretch it out. Well, we are 2/3 of the way through this race here at Darlington tonight. Alex Sanvital has been on a tear. Currently has led 68 laps. Tim Cording at 10, Alan Malcolm at 1, Chaz Chadwick at 2. No cautions, and Sanvital is driving away with it at the moment. Tim Cording not too far back in the background, though, to try and catch up. He could still make a run for the win here tonight, but it's starting to look like a 2-truck battle instead of a 3-truck battle. Wow, folks, you saw that live just now happen. Fighting with lap traffic. Alex Sanvital gets put into the wall. Must say, probably on accident there. Gets side by side with the 32. The 50 has a great run coming on the backside. Side by side, the 32 not giving an inch, but the traffic coming off pit road cuts right in front of the 10. And he scrubs up against the wall there. Oh, and they come dogpiling in, unfortunately. Ooh, Malcolm's involved. David Bird's involved. So yeah, unfortunately a tough break for those drivers that came in there after the fact and got taken out of the race here tonight. James Gunner was trying to stay out here and get down pit road eventually. Upon spinning out though, he comes sliding down the track and collects Jakov Rosevich, Chris Hergeson, Tim Morse, David Bird, and Alan Malcolm. All of which just with nowhere to go there, unfortunately. Dogpile into turn 3. The 8 narrowly avoids it, and Chaz Chadwick does a pretty good job of getting through it as well. Looks like Tim Cording is going to be your leader here. So one caution here tonight, late in the running, is it's going to be about a 20 lap shootout to the finish here. Double file restart's going to find Tim Cording and Alex Sanvital starting front row here. The lights should go off on the pace truck this time around, giving us a good 20 lap shootout to the finish. They were definitely not meant to be on this body style. I was able to take it off the 2015 mod and bring it onto the 2013 mod, which is just another reason why we'll be jumping over to the 2015 mod next season with these trucks. And it won't look so depressing anymore. $20-lap shootout here tonight at Darlington. Tim Cording leads the way. Snake Plissken in the mix, up in the top 5 here tonight. Might have a shot at winning, as he's going to have a great spot to restart here. Green flag waves, and we're back and rolling here tonight from Darlington. 20-lap shootout. That caution really stacked everything back up here. The 10 got put into the wall, bringing out that caution, so I don't know how well the 10 truck's going to take off here. But in the meantime, you got Shy Turtle and the 43 of Chelsea Carter working their way up into a fight for the win now. Shy Turtle up to 3rd, right there behind Chelsea Carter and the race leader, Tim Cording. There's about 2 packs of trucks broke away at the front of the field, and it looks like they're getting a little bit restless here. Snake Plissken trying to get around the 10. Here comes Gabe McDuffie looking for 4th place. He's going to have a chance to run down the leaders and fight for a win here tonight. Looked like Plissken got into the wall in that escape from New York Toyota. But here comes Gabe McDuffie. All in the meanwhile, it is a Cording Brothers Motorsports 1-2 between Tim Cording and Chelsea Carter. Carter still winless on the season, looking for her first win. Could potentially secure it here tonight. She doesn't need a win where she sits in the points, but it's always going to be a little bit more comfortable to have a win than not, especially if we can get a couple surprise winners at the end of the year here. Chelsea Carter's right there on the back bumper of the boss man with 15 laps approaching here. That secondary pack is starting to catch up to the lead 3 here. Lead trio not able to stretch it out away from them. They might be in for a rude awakening from 4th on back. Here we go, Chelsea with a good run. She's right on the back bumper of the 50 truck here. Is she going to be able to make a move? Shy Turtle not letting them get away either. He could be in the mix still. Tim Cording trying to hold off 2 drivers that have never yet won in the USA Trucks competition. Shy Turtle got in late in the season here to get a couple starts for Al Bunch Incorporated, and he's doing pretty good. Kind of holding his own, trying to get the ropes figured out in the truck series here. The rest of the field still trying to close up to the top 3, but laps are running out here. If they want a shot, they're going to have to get up closer, quicker. All in the meanwhile, it's Tim Cording out front leading, holding off the hard charging group of drivers behind him. Chelsea Carter thinks about it. She's defending now against the 80 of Shy Turtle. She might have an advantage on the backstretch here. She's peeking that nose out on the inside, trying to get a little bit of clean air to the grill. Oh, and here we go. Shy Turtle not waiting any longer. He wants to make the move and get in the right spot at the right time. Lap truck's going to hold him up a little bit here. We'll see how well they navigate the 74 of Moger. But Shy Turtle up to second. And the lap traffic is going to hold Tim Courting up. Valenzuela gets up to third, Skylar Taylor in fourth, and Eli the Wolf up into the top 5. Laps are running out though, 9 laps to go. As the lap traffic's really mixed it up a little bit in the running up at the front of the field. Shy Turtle's gonna have a shot here. He's gonna have to make the same move that he made on the 43 of Chelsea Carter to get up to second. Carter has since dropped all the way back outside the top 10. So rough go for her. But Shy Turtle on the attack here. He's tired of playing second fiddle. He wants that first ever career Sigma race win. And he's going to have to take it against one of the best to wheel one of these trucks around. Tim Courting is no slouch. Regular season champion multiple times over. He's been a cup regular. He's been fighting for championship and Bridge to Cup this year, and yet Shy Turtle has never won a Sigma competition race yet. So this could get interesting, folks. Paul Valenzuela up to third, still knocking on the door here. Could Shy Turtle be in trouble? Great run around Darlington here tonight. These drivers are laying it all out there on the line. Shy Turtle's not got the momentum. He's got the position, but he's going to have to find the momentum to carry around the 50 truck here. 6 laps remain here at Darlington. And this is going to get interesting. Man, that 80 is keeping it close. It's a battle right now between Chevy, Toyota, and Dodge. And a little further back, Subaru could get into the mix as well, being the 45 of Skylar Taylor. Snake Plissken making up some ground too, trying to get back up to the front. Maybe a little late for him, but top 5 could be very doable. Under Armour 5 to go, I like that. Oh, and the 50 started to cruise away after that mistake that the 80 just made there on the 50. That has allowed Eli the Wolf to close the gap and run with the leaders here. So we got a 5 truck shot to win it. Only 3 laps to go though. Shy Turtle's gonna have to recoup and recover really quickly. No, Shy gets way low there. Loses a lot of traction. Maybe that's by plan, but I don't feel like that was a good move as he lost a lot of ground to the 50. 2 laps remaining. And maybe he's dropping back to try and let the 50 get too far out ahead, become a sitting duck. Maybe he's just setting it up for that last lap pass of the race. Here goes the 80 down low on the 50. 50 keeps that line, holds the 80 at bay. Just a couple laps left to go now. Shy Turtle maybe using all the different tricks and trade. Man, he's going to get really close. Trick and trade and whatever you want to call it. cagey for a rookie here. Shy's going to be right there on the back bumper of the 50 going into turn 3. He's going to have the advantage on the inside. Once you get stuck on the high side, it's pretty much sayonara the lead. 50 gets stuck there. Drag race down the front stretch. White flag waving. One more lap to go. Oh, Shy gets into the back bumper of the 50. I don't know how well that'll go over after the race, but Shy Turtle takes the lead away from Tim Cording. But Shy Turtle's not out of the hot water yet. The 49's closing the gap. Is he going to be able to hold off Paul Valenzuela here? I think he is. Shy Turtle, it's been a long time coming. He's going to be a Sigma race winner here in the USA Trucks East Division. Holding off Paul Valenzuela there in the last lap. He gave the 50 a run for his money here tonight. Tim Cording had a great truck and just got beat to the line. Shy Turtle, that's a very stellar way to win your first career race. Beating one of the best in the USA Trucks there. One hell of a run here tonight. Worth the price of admission. I was eating my dinner and I had to stop eating dinner when the first wreck happened to give us a great call for the race here tonight. Man, Shy Turtle gets it done here. His buddy Borat Sagdiev came home in 23rd. That might be some bragging rights now that he ended up winning the first race before Borat could. Shy's tried to call his shots a couple times, and I feel like every time he called his shot, he more so jinxed his chances at winning. Well, for whatever reason, tonight was just not one of those nights that was on his radar, and he came out guns a-slinging, ready to win the race here, and got the job done. Way to go, Mr. Shy. Well, folks, as I get things tidied up here and started for our ARCA race, I'm going to finish eating first. And then we'll have the ARCA race from Pocono here in just a moment. I'll ping the server once I go live with that. And this sets the stage for what could be a very wild finish in the truck division next week. A very exciting ARCA championship to be crowned here still too. We'll figure out after tonight who's really in that points battle still. Now Shy Turtle, he's going to have to get up into the top 25 in points, but we'll see if that's perhaps close enough here with the win here tonight. Yes, I will get the scheme set up. I know that there's a few tweaks and adjustments I got to make. And we'll be rolling here tonight for the ARCA race. Set of ARCA races, that is. Yes, I know it's a late night, folks. I was more than prepared for this after missing last night because of a surprise kitten entering the chat room. Whatever you want to say. Wow, that's still crazy to see Shy Turtle steal that win away. You don't see very many last lap passes. And I kind of saw it when the 80 let off. I was like, oh man, he's letting the 50 get away. But was it by, it looked like it was by design to let that 50 get a good advantage just so that he could swipe it away from him there at the end. Alrighty, folks. I know it's late, and I'm glad y'all can stick around, but Pocono is just about to get started here for the Sigma ARCA series. Well, the Outlaw Gang not straying very far from the normal here, as all three of them start in the top four yet again. Each one of them have taken a victory this year. So Tim Morse, Philip Purpura, and Snake Plissken have all made it to victory lane. We're rolling here at Pocono for 100 miles here tonight. 43 ARCA entries in the field here. It's a big field. We could only get bigger. Pocono's definitely got the room to host a big race like this one tonight. And we're going to start seeing who our championship drivers are after tonight. One more race after this one. And then the last race next week. Here goes. Philip Purpura to the lead with Tim Morse getting past there for position. They go down the backstretch. That is the 53 of Mason Alexander III. He has been on one hell of a tear lately. It's hard to beat him lately. So we'll see how well he does. That is Juliana Bold on the inside, that number 42 entry. Airbnb Chevrolet. Championship's going to go through Jonah Burridge, Ryan White, and Finley Herwig. As they run right now, Jonah Burridge, the highest running entry on the field. Behind him, he's got Silent Amethyst. Brandon Butler the second. Derek Hipcam. Do something real quick. There we go. That way I don't get my Discord notifications blowing up during the race here. What the heck? I had switched the car. Okay, folks. I apologize. I had added a tweak to the car. Why didn't it say add the wrong one? Oh, I didn't remove it. There we go. Apologies. I wanted to make sure Aiden Sparks had this car, and so we're going to do just a brief restart here. Shouldn't change too much, but that is a car paying tribute to his girlfriend, unfortunately, that passed, and the Safe Light number 26 is going to be running the last 3 races of the season with that tribute scheme. Well, look at that. The exact same front row with the 52 of Purpura, the 53 of Mason Alexander III, Tim Morse, and Snake Plissken. Now, though, you've got the 78 of Ralph Oberstadt, Chase Kovacic, Juliana Bold, and Tasha Wright. So there's some good names up here at the front half. That points battle, though, is going to be interesting with Jonah Burridge. He's mid-pack on the start. Finley Herwig is almost nowhere to be seen. He's deep in the pack. Ryan White. Where is Ryan White in the running order here? Also pretty deep. He's a few spots behind Jonah Burridge at the moment. Rolling into Pocono tonight, there's a lot of storylines. Drivers that are looking for some redemption. There is one driver that is hoping for the most redemption that he's had in the last couple races, and I'm going to highlight the 63 of TG Castlenut. In the running order right now, he's currently qualified and running about 20th. It's been tough and arduous for the 63 car, which I own. He is hoping to rebound and end the season on a high note. 3 finishes of 41st or worst in his last 5 races, which is just dismal. 2 DNFs, and he hasn't scored a top 5 since Tulsa, the Chili Bowl, back in June. Last top 10 came at Langley. So we're hoping for a turnaround. I know he's capable of anything in that car. Let's just hope luck is on our side here tonight for the JSR Ford Fusion number 63 Atlassian race car here. He's having to defend position there on the current points leader, Ryan White. Ryan White trying to keep that points lead in his ball court. And there you have Aiden Sparks in front of them both. Running order shows him in 27th at the moment. So deep in the field here. The Outlaw Gang run 1, 2, 3 as Philip Purpura, Tim Morse, and Snake Plissken lead the way. A lot of ebbing and flowing through the field here at Pocono. It's always nice and exciting to watch the cars fan out on the front stretch. Your race winner from earlier tonight in that truck race, Shy Turtle, maybe looking to try and go back-to-back in back-to-back races. I'm going to have his work cut out for him here tonight. Running 14th early on in this one, not bad. Do wager that fuel mileage is going to become a factor here tonight at Pocono. And we'll have to see how well Shy Turtle fares. Jonah Burge, though, trying to get that points lead back in his domain, away from Ryan White. Jonah Burge running in 12th at the moment, doing everything he needs to do to try and get that points lead here in the Sigma ARCA series. Mason Alexander III. He's the Outlaw Gang killer as of late. Been running with them and even better than them. Here he is up to third now, fighting with Tim Morse and Philip Purpura for position. Dead last on field, it's the 34 of Timothy Buchanan, Billy Lovejoy, Alex Duell, Derek Hipcam. Wow, he's dropped all the way back to 38th here. Maybe the driver's trying to figure out their setup here early in this one. Might need to throw the wrench at it during the first pit stop to try and get it running right. Sebastian Galloway Jr. currently in 26th position. The one that blows me away here, folks, is Finley Herwig, who has been on such a dominant tear. And it feels like maybe the pressure just got too much for him to handle here at the end of the year. That 68 is going to need a lucky strike here tonight to get back into the mix with the championship. And if he can get that lucky break, who knows what he'll be able to do for the final two races of the season. But Ryan White is running ahead of him right now, keeping points from the Brit that could potentially put him in a fight at the finale. Fastest lap right now belongs to Mason Alexander III, who's running up front with the Outlaw Gang. We've already burned through 6 laps here today at Pocono. Ryan White up to 21st, but the damage is already working against him here as Jonah Burge is in 12th. Tasha Wright up to 7th. Juliana Bold in 6th. And that is Ace Vaden with a top 5 run at the moment. Man, Mason Alexander III picking him off one by one. He gets by Tim Morse, and he's looking about knocking on the door of Philip Purpura for the lead. Mason Alexander III really trying to establish himself amongst the ARCA regulars here. This has been a very strange year. A lot of the newcomers have been outshining the veterans of the ARCA campaign here in 2025. These 4 drivers in the top 5 have missed more than half of the season each. So, goes to show you that it doesn't matter when you start. It's when you get in the car, racing in the field, you're always a threat to win sometimes. And those are what we got here with 4 very strong drivers. The one thing for certain is they are trying to get themselves out of the ARCA series almost as quickly as they joined it. When you're looking at the likes of Snake Plissken, Tim Morse, and Philip Purpura, all 3 of them with a very limited ARCA schedule are going to jump right up to Bridge to Cup in 2026. So they've proven that they're a big fish in a small pond here with ARCA. And getting the call up, the nod to the bigger leagues is definitely going to be a great show for next year. It's going to be exciting to see what they can do. Plissken wants to try and win what would be, I think, his 5th win on this season. It has been a year for Snake Plissken. If he had started at the beginning of the year, he'd be contending for a championship with these drivers. He alone has climbed up to 27th in the points and has 3 wins so far. And his 2 outlaw buddies have shown that they can get it done as well. Purpura's doing a great job holding this lead. Tonight's race is more than likely going to come down to a little bit of fuel mileage. Pocono, for whatever reason, always tests the boundaries of a fuel tank. Yeah, Finley's only been able to make it up to 27th here. Ryan White running in 22nd. And Jonah Burridge losing some ground. So today could almost turn into a bit of a wash here at Pocono if these drivers aren't able to make up very many points on their rival. Jonah Burridge dropping like a rock here. He's on the outside. And on the inside is the points leader, Ryan White, who's going to try to get by the contender in Burridge. Side by side down the front stretch they roar. Finley Herwig stuck on the high side. He needs to find the inside and start moving up towards Ryan White and Jonah Burridge. Now Jonah behind the 8-ball here. He's going to have to work on the points leader. Try and get some of his points back that he had on him. Ryan White gets stuck up high here. This might drop him a little bit. Jonah Burridge on the inside, the preferred line. As they're heading towards turn 3, Burridge the advantage. Gabe McDuffie on the low side as well. There we go. Burridge gets back by Ryan White for now. And our leaders have kind of broke away from the rest as you've got about a 4 or 5 car breakaway at the lead. Philip Purpura still holding that lead pretty steadily here. Stepped away to go to the bathroom, and we get a caution for the first time here tonight at a lap 14. Oh, that's a tough one there. That looks like it hurt for the number 5 of Santi Messi, who's running back in 38th. Heading into turn 1, it looks like he's got pretty clean air there. Not very often do we see wrecks here at Pocono. It must have been really ugly for the car to look as damaged as it was. Here is coming through turn 2, Santi Messi still with some clean air ahead. But it's got to be up ahead even further heading into turn 3, I imagine. Whoa, 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 whoa! That's a nasty one there, folks. Valenzuela had nowhere else he could go. It looked like he got turned down by the 35 there of Cassie Perkins. Cassie gives the 49 a good bump. He gets thrown into the apron, into the grass in the 5 with nowhere to go. Just capsizes the 49 in the side door. Also involved was Alex Duell, Pedro Sales, and Brandon Butler II. Tough break there for Paul Valenzuela. Not a, you know, you don't want to be going to the moon when your car is the GameStop stock market to the moon paint scheme. You definitely don't want to get airborne in the race car, but that is what happened here tonight for the 49 car. And most likely a retirement. Oh, he's still running. I don't know for how well it's going to be, but 2 retirements, the 5 of Santi Messi and the 9 of Alex Duell, both out of the race here tonight. What this is going to do is going to make a very interesting restart here tonight. Double file restart. It looks like we've got everyone all sorted out, so I'm going to go ahead and drop the pace lap so we don't have to burn another lap under caution here at Pocono. Pocono is very lengthy, and it's not as fun to spend 2 minutes under caution here. So with the continued lead Philip Perper has been holding, he's going to have to hold serve against his outlaw head honcho, Snake Plissken. 60 of Tim Morse, the 19 of Ace Vaden. Juliana Bold, Ralph Oberstadt, Heen Clutchoke. Mason Alexander III is the furthest back he's been all day so far. All the way back in 8th over Chase Kovacic, Shy Turtle, Craig Bush, Jeremiah Pate, Joseph Hayes, Stephen Miller, Lenora Hathaway, Tasha Wright, Silent Amethyst, Jonah Burridge, who is right now holding the position over our points leader, Ryan White. Then you've got Chris Jeremio, Gabe McDuffie, Ryan White, Astro Atlas, Carlos Eduardo, Aiden Sparks, T.G. Castlenut, Jimmy West, Cooper Landry, Finley Herwig, Sebastian Galloway Jr., Campbell Marsh, Kaylee Sheets, Reese Landry, Derek Hipcam, Kyle Chestnut, Tyler McCarroll, Cassie Perkins, Billy Lovejoy, Pedro Sales, and Timothy Buchanan, Paul Valenzuela, and Brandon Butler II still out there running. Pace car is going to pull off here. We're going to get back and rolling here from Pocono. It's going to make fuel mileage a little bit more doable here for these cars. 33 laps to go. It's still pushing it. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make to the finish on what they've got left in the tank right now, so we'll see. But as is common, cautions often breed cautions, so we'll see if we can even make it green to the finish. Snake Plissken takes the lead for the first time here tonight, takes it away from Philip Perpura. Perpura, though, I don't think he wants to lose the lead for very long. He's going to try to get back around the outlaw, Snake Plissken. Fastest lap still belongs to Mason Alexander III. Ace Vaden actually is going to be making the move up to Bridge to Cup next year. So a few of these drivers, actually your entire top 4 as they sit, are going to be Bridge to Cup regulars next year. Tim Morse gives Perpura a bump. They get side by side for second. They're going to try to run down Mr. Plissken, who leads the way. Morse gets that position. This is probably the furthest back Perpura's been here tonight, having led the entire opening stanza and has dropped to third now as Plissken, Morse switching it up here. Here we go. Tim Morse to the lead now as Pliskin gets shuffled out of the lead. Purpura trying to get back into it. These three are putting on a battle for the lead. Great race in action at the front of the field. Juliana Bold jumping up to fourth here. Chase Kovacic also mixing it up into the top 5. As we have some new names joining the front half of the field here. Craig Bush, Joseph Hayes. Man, Mason Alexander III has dropped all the way back to 10th as of right now. Lenora Hathaway in the top 10. Ralph Oberstadt. But don't look now, folks. Ryan White is making hay and moving through the field. Up into 14th. He's gotten by Jonah Burridge as well, who has gotten stuck, falling backwards here. Finley's actually gaining some ground up into 21st. Jonah Burridge has dropped all the way back to 29th in the running order. Putting himself back in the hornet's nest. If a mistake were to happen here, he could get taken out. It's about back in the field where the first caution happens, so might be careful, minding his P's and Q's and not get in any form of mistake here. We're going to go ahead and disqualify the 43 for not meeting adequate race pace here tonight. Unfortunately for Brandon Butler to the second, that is game over. Well, it's Tim Morse leading the way over Snake Plissken and Philip Purpura. Tim Morse just turned the fastest lap in the race, so he's jumped to the top of the board in more ways than one. Purpura looking to try and get that position from Plissken here. We're already at about halfway here at Pocono, folks. Man, Ryan White is trying to pretty much shut down this championship battle at the end of the year. All he's going to have to do is pretty much finish the last 2 races. He might even be able to sit out a race if he gets a good enough points lead from these 2 tonight. As we're halfway through the race, 25 laps left to go, and I still feel like fuel mileage might be a factor here tonight. It's going to be pushing the boundaries of what these cars can do for fuel mileage. The Outlaw Gang keeps dicing it up for top 3 spots here, and if they ain't careful, Juliana might just join the fight for the win here tonight. There we go. Juliana going for 3rd on Purpura. That's going to give her position over the 52. And now Plissken might have to start playing the defense card here. If that 42's got the speed, she might be able to get around these 2 to take the lead. Purpura trying to dive back down on Juliana Bold there. Yeah, you don't want to mess with the NR racing gods. They seem to be very spiteful sometimes, and I don't know how else to appease them sometimes. Alrighty, so 19 now, 18 laps left to go. And the front of the field starting to stretch it out here. Man, Mason Alexander III dropped all the way back to 10th there for a little bit and is starting to climb back through the field. Running up to 4th is he got something in the tank for tonight. Snake Plissken holds the lead. Purpura in second, Morse on the attack again. These three cannot seem to stay settled for very long as they continue to swap it back and forth. And maybe this is a outlaw gang team tactic to try and save the tires, save the gas, and just swap the positions out and really have more left in the tank for the finish. We'll see how well it works towards the end here. Man, I am impressed with the turnaround here from Finley Herwig as he is picking them off and putting them down. He's going to need Ryan White to have a very, very bad mistake here to really gain a lot of points tonight, as Ryan White may very well lock up a championship from the 68 of Finley Herwig if Herwig can't get a lucky break and gain a lot of points. He's still trying his hardest. He's going to go fighting right on down to the very end. 68 of Finley Herwig is a scrapper. And Ryan White turned a 56 flat, a fairly slow lap there when your fastest lap's a 54.8. Tim Morse losing a spot to Mason Alexander III. Here we go. He's going to make a move on Purpura for second. That 53 is on a tear. The Nintendo Switch 2 Dodge Dart. He closes the door on Purpura here. Purpura now going to have to defend on Tim Morse, who's right there on his back bumper. $15 laps left to go. We'll see if fuel mileage does factor in. It's going to be close. Yeah, for sure. Snake's not doing himself any favors swapping out at the front here as he's burning more gas, burning more tires leading up at front. And the longer he does so, the more he's going to put himself in a sticky situation if he ain't careful. They get on back by 53 of Mason Alexander III. Finley's running top 15 here tonight. But so is Ryan White in the top 15. Well, here we go. Finley's getting by Ryan White for position here. He's going to be able to start gaining points back on that championship battle, which has started to get away from him. As already mentioned, he's going to need a very bad break on the 70 of Ryan White. If he can somehow maintain a top 12, top 10 finish, and Ryan White makes a mistake and drops outside of the top 40, we could be looking at perchance a 3 or 4 car fight, the championship finale next week. But the deck is truly stacked against Finley Herwig here, as he had lost so many points the last couple weeks fighting in the wrong direction. TG Castleton also making some moves here up into the top 15. Whoa. Snake Plissken losing the lead here. As I mentioned, maybe burning up his stuff here. Well, now it's going to be Philip Purpura back to the lead. Mason Alexander III up into second, and Snake Plissken dropping back to fourth. That's what happens when you get too far out there and start burning your tires down. We'll see if the gas mileage is a factor here for Mr. Plissken. This time by, it'll be 10 laps left to go. Purpura leading the way. Yeah, tonight's race from Pocono, definitely a quick, jam-packed endeavor here tonight. Man, I don't know if I want to step away from the lead up here. This battle up front's going to be worth it. Here comes Mason Alexander down the backstretch. He's got a good run heading into turn 2. Mason's going to go low on the 52. Into turn 2, he's going to have the advantage on the inside line. For the first time tonight, the Outlaw Gang is not leading the race, as it's going to be Mason Alexander III on his way into turn 3, trying to fight for that lead. He starts to slide up the track a little bit, almost makes contact with the 52 of Purpura. But it's now Mason Alexander III starting to drive away with it, leading his first lap of the race here tonight. Juliana, yeah, she has been holding on solid in the top 5. She's a threat here to win, just as the 53 and the entire Outlaw Gang showing their stuff here tonight. Starting to build a gap, though. The 53 stretching it out on the rest of them here. We do have one more race here tonight still, folks, so thanks again for staying tuned in on the long haul. Here is a full night of racing with 2 truck races and now 2 ARCA races to close it out. Ooh, the 68 of Finley Herwig got passed back by Ryan White. But it's Mason Alexander III driving away with it at the moment. Ooh, here's a bit of a break for Finley, as Ryan White's starting to drop backwards here at the end. His tires may be going away. He has dropped off 3 full seconds from his fastest lap. Finley staying a more consistent pace with his lap times. He still needs to make up some points here. He needs to pick them off and get by them as many as he can, while Ryan White's struggling. Jonah Burge not doing much better, as he's in 24th. So I'm thinking we're going to do things just a little bit differently for the race from Idaho here tonight after this one at Meridian. Instead of taking the point standings, since I don't have the point standings all tallied, we're going to take the finishing order of this race, top 10 plus the 3 in the points battle. We're going to go ahead and sort them out that way for the heat races. So anyone that's running top 10 right now will be safe for Meridian. And maybe a little bit of added incentive for these drivers to get up into the top 10, as you've got Jeremiah Pate holding on to 10th at the moment. 11th, Stephen Miller. 12th, TG Castlenut. 13th, Ralph Oberstadt. 14th, Tosh Wright. And 15th, Finley Herwig. Ryan White's dropped back to 20th at the moment. Jonah Burge in 24th. Man, Finley's gonna have a chance here. It's gonna be interesting to see what the points look like after tonight and who all's still in the mix. We're down to now 4 laps left to go. Mason Alexander III holds the lead over the Outlaw Gang. Here comes Purpura on Tim Morse. Purpura with a good run, trying to close the gap on the 53 of Alexander III. Mason Alexander's had a great run here to get by everyone in the Outlaw Gang to take the lead with about 9 laps left to go. Is he going to be able to hold? Or is fuel mileage going to factor in here at the end in Pocono? I do see some lap traffic ahead in the mix as well. That could definitely become a factor in the closing couple laps here. They are bunched up nose to tail there, trying to close the door. Purpura in second. Alexander leads. With just 3 laps left to go here. Oh, Purpura tries to peek on the inside of the 53. 53 is going to keep the spot held for now, but the Outlaw Gang is a rolling freight train behind the 53. It's going to be hard to keep them behind. If that ain't a sign, I don't know what is. The lap car is pitting. Does that mean we're going to have people running out of gas on the last laps here? A points battle that could very well be decided between increments of fuel by the end of tonight would be insane. We know that the leaders have been burning way more fuel than the rest of the field. They're out here honking around the track. If anyone's going to be running out of fuel first, it's definitely the 5 up front who've been burning down some quick laps here. 2 more laps to go. He's going to hold the lead over Purpura, Pliskin and Morse, and Juliana. Here we go, fight for 10th place. That's going to be the 63. Moving all the way up to 8th there with that run. 9th or maybe 9th actually. But yeah, what a run out of that 63, making up some spots in the final laps of this one. Mason Alexander is driving away from Purpura. Pliskin trying to make a move. Is the fuel starting to sputter here for the 52 of Purpura? How about Pliskin? Is he struggling to find a little bit of traction here at the end? White flag waves, 1 more lap to go at Pocono. Whatever happens now, the race is official. If you run out of gas, you run out of gas. Snake Plissken knows what he's got to do. Heck, we had a race where drivers ran out of gas on the last lap, came down pit road, and stole the win. So, would not be too surprised if another one of those races happened to happen here tonight. 24 is really closing the window there. Mason Alexander III is proving that he is a force to be reckoned with. Beating the Outlaw Gang heads up what would be twice now. Winning races against the trio, the Outlaw Trio. It's not going to be them tonight. It's going to be Mason Alexander III getting his second career Sigma ARCA win. Plissken in second, Purpura third, Morse and Juliana Bold, your fifth place driver. Chase Kovacic, Joseph Hayes, and Craig Bush, followed by Silent Amethyst, Ralph Oberstadt, TG Castlenut, Stephen Miller, Finley Herwig, Derek Hipcam, Jeremiah Pate, Ryan White. Where is Jonah Burridge? Burridge loses some ground here. So depending, I'm thinking top 13 are going to be locked. So that means Hipcam just misses. Alrighty, second career win there for Mason Alexander III. And let's see, Meridian, main field of 24. So what we'll go ahead and do is take the top 11 and 3 points battle contenders of Jonah Burridge, Ryan White, and Finley Herwig. The rest will be relegated. Yep, so that's what we'll go ahead and do. So brief intermission here, folks, as I get set up for Meridian. I'll stay on the line here as I'm setting it up. Impressive out of Mason Alexander III getting his second win in very short order here in the Sigma ARCA series. Very, very good start to his young career. So what we're going to go ahead and do is just a singular qualifying race to set the rest of the field. So 10 drivers are going to qualify from that qualifier race to make the main event. It's a little bit more high stakes, but at least more people are going to be able to qualify into the main event that way.
Favor, touch all your seatbelts, connect, touch your Hans. Just make sure you get everything like you want it. Favor, touch all your seatbelts, touch all your connections, touch your Hans.
Alrighty, so the stakes are simple. All you got to do is get in the top 14 here in the sprint qualifier. No, wait, I take that back. Top 10. Top 10 of the 24 cars here are going to make the main event alongside the 14 that are already qualified. So, top 10, Astra Atlas starting on the front row alongside Paul Valenzuela, Stephen Miller and Billy Lovejoy, Jimmy West and Campbell Marsh, Ace Vaden and Lenora Hathaway, Heen Clutch Oak and Alex Dool, your top 10. Then it is Jeremiah Pate, Reese Landry, Carlos Eduardo, Brandon Butler II, Gabe McDuffie and Tyler McCarroll, Santi Messi and Aiden Sparks, Derek Hipcam and Cooper Landry, Shy Turtle and Sebastian Galloway Jr., Pedro Sales and Cassie Perkins. Sprint qualifier is going to be 52 laps here at the very, very short track here in Meridian, Idaho. The bubble watch will be for that top 10 who's going to be able to get up into the top 10 and make it to the main event here tonight. Stick around and find out. Valenzuela looking to try and make a redemption from Pocono here earlier. Valenzuela off to the early lead over Astro Atlas, Billy Lovejoy, Jimmy West, and Stephen Miller. Bucky Campbell Marsh, Lenora Hathaway into the top 10, Heen Clutchoke, and Alex Duell. But here come a few other drivers deeper in the field looking up to make some spots here. Jeremiah Pate looking on the low side of the number 9. He wants to get up there. He's going to be alongside the 9. That'll be for a transfer spot if he gets around him. Fastest lap belongs to Astro Atlas at the front of the field now. She takes the lead. And it's going to be quick lap traffic. You're going to be dealing with lap traffic by nearly lap 10 of 52 here, maybe even sooner. Derek Hipcamp making a move on the inside of the 94 of Landry there. He's making up some big spots. As you can see, that is some speed that he's carrying. That 62 is hauling the mail right now, 13.442. He's got 5 more spots to make up. Ace Vaden, no, Jimmy West gets way high there as he's fallen back to the transfer spot in 10th, the bubble spot. Tyler McCarroll making a move on the low side. He's up to 12th place at the moment. Thirteenth now for Derek Hipcamp. He's right there behind Tyler McCarroll. He pushes McCarroll high. He's going in for 11th. This is high stakes, folks. You're either going to make the show or you're not tonight. You got to get up into that top 10. Whoa, Billy Lovejoy's dropped back to 10th. He's on the bubble spot right now. Not exactly a driver I would have seen hanging out on the bubble here tonight, but there he is running in 10th at risk of being eliminated. About to go a lap down at the back of the field here. Everyone's running. 13.239, that's a fast lap for Aiden Sparks at the back of the field. He's got his work cut out for him here. A lot of drivers moving up and down throughout the field here. Derek Hipcamp, is he going to be able to knock Billy Lovejoy out of the main event here tonight? 13.078. Derek Hipcamp's dang near turned the fastest lap here tonight. 9th place belongs to Jimmy West. 8th, Ace Vaden. 7th, Jeremiah Pate, Lenora Hathaway, Heen Clutchoke, Campbell Marsh, Stephen Miller, Paul Valenzuela, and Astro Atlas, who is on a Sunday cruise at the front of the field right now. Few drivers still trying to move back through the field here. But this battle for the transfer spot's where it's at right now. Billy Lovejoy hanging on for dear life in the last transfer spot right now, as we're down to 31 laps left to go. Ooh, Hipcam loses a lot of ground there, lets the 2 car get away from him. Couple drivers in the back half may be looking to throw a Hail Mary here tonight. They're going to have to make up a lot of ground in very minimal time. A late race caution, a double file, a restart could very well get things wild here at the end. Derek Hipcam just turned a 13:067. That's within the top 5 fastest times of the night here. But he's losing traction to the number 2, Billy Lovejoy, who's starting to stretch it out here. Halfway through the race, we are down to 25 laps left to go. Ooh, and here goes the 43 getting by the 62. That's Brandon Butler the second. He wants to get up there and start working on the 10th place transfer spot. Shy Turtle also joining the fold here. Only the top 10 make it to the main, so got to get to work here with very few laps left to get the job done. In 14th, you've got Carlos Eduardo, Santi Messi, Tyler McCarroll, Cassie Perkins, Sebastian Galloway Jr., Alex Dool, Cooper Landry, followed by Aiden Sparks, Gabe McDuffie, Pedro Sales, Reese Landry, and there's your race leader, Astra Atlas, about to start putting people a lap down. Took a lot longer than I anticipated. I thought by lap 10 you'd see lap traffic making a problem here, but it took almost 3/4 of the race for it to actually factor in here. Last transfer spot, the number 2 of Billy Lovejoy. And a new contender for that transfer spot. It is Brandon Butler the second, trying to close it in on Billy Lovejoy here. That 43 has been very close in the point standings and would love to finish out the season with a top 10 championship finish. Any year that you can finish top 10 in the championship is a good year. Well, we're down to 10 laps left to go here in the sprint qualifier, and only 10 cars will make the main event alongside the 14 that are locked in already. Billy Lovejoy looks to hold on here as he's the last car in the transfer spot. Our 14 other drivers locked in based on points and the finishing positions from Pocono here tonight. Derek Hipcam definitely gave it a very valiant push, but I think used up those tires and just fell off at the end there. Brandon Butler could very well be knocking on the door here for Billy Lovejoy in that last transfer spot. Kind of seems like Billy Lovejoy slowing up a little bit here. I don't know if that's by plan or not, but with 5 laps left to go, he better be careful that the 43 doesn't find a spot to make a pass. Now the 43 goes way high there, and that looks like he's going to lose some ground to the 2 of Billy Lovejoy. Oh, Lovejoy goes high as well, so that might bring the 43 back into the mix. Just 2 laps left to go. Brandon Butler the second. He's right there within range. Is he going to be able to pounce? Everyone else behind the white flag there is going to be coming to the checkered. These 2 driving it to the finish. 43's not going to have enough. He's unfortunately going to have to pack his bags and go home tonight. And we have some cars piling up already under caution. But that is the heat race, the sprint qualifier here tonight. And your drivers moving on. 48 of Astro Atlas, 83 of Steven Miller, followed by the 49 of Paul Valenzuela, 16 of Heen Clutchoke, the 23 of Jeremiah Pate, the 99 of Campbell Marsh, the 86 of Lenora Hathaway, the 08 of Jimmy West, the 19 of Ace Vaden, and the 2 of Billy Lovejoy. Ain't going to take much more than a couple minutes here, folks, to get it all lined out for the main event here. This might be our quickest race of the night no matter what. The short tracks are always pretty quick. Congratulations to Astro Atlas on getting the job done there. Alrighty, so the main event, 104 laps here tonight for Meridian.
Favors, touch all your seatbelts, touch your Hans. Just make sure you get everything like you want it. Favors, touch all your
What a
seatbelts,
shocker.
touch all your connections.
Front row is the Outlaw gang of Tim Morse and Philip Purpura. But starting in the second row is your sprint qualifier winner, Astro Atlas, alongside Chase Kovacic. Silent Amethyst and Mason Alexander III next in line. Finley Herwig and Billy Lovejoy, Craig Bush and Ace Vaden. Snake Plissken starting deep alongside Jeremiah Pate, Jonah Burridge and Campbell Marsh. Ralph Oberstadt and TG Castlenut, Jimmy West and Joseph Hayes. Ryan White starting deep here, looking to give up some points in the points lead if he doesn't have a good one. Juliana Heen Clutchoke, Lenora Hathaway, Stephen Miller, and Paul Valenzuela. 104 laps is going to be a really quick one here tonight, folks. And this is going to get us all set up for championship races next week, as there's only one race left in USA Trucks East regular season, USA Trucks West regular season, one more race left in ARCA after tonight, and one more race left in Bridge to Cup. So those titles are going to be getting tied up pretty quickly. Finley needs a great run here tonight, and maybe even a win to really start establishing the last, stint of the season here to get back in the ballpark. He has been knocked down, but he has not been knocked out. Finley still wants to get into the mix and look for a title this year. As he gets settled in on the first lap in 7th place, he's in for the long haul here tonight. That 68 is going to make some ground and try to get within reach for the championship finale next week. Ryan White's already cooking and making up some spots from the start. He's up to 17th now, getting around TG Castlenut. Cars in front of him getting woed up in traffic. Jonah Burridge up into 11th. Whoa, and the two of Billy Lovejoy got a little bit loose there, it looked like. Man, he is trying to cut off the 84 something fierce, but the 84 is giving him a run for the position. Great battle between those two for 11th and 12th position. Whoa, and he gets really out of it there and drops all the way back to 14th. Ryan White gets up to 15th. Ooh, Finley's losing ground as he's getting passed by the 24 of Snake Plissken here for 10th place. And he's fallen victim to his other rival in that points battle, Jonah Burridge. By the end of tonight, Finley could potentially be mathematically eliminated. He's going to need almost a win here tonight to really keep that title hope alive, or hope for his rivals to have some bad finishes that he can capitalize on. Not looking good as Finley's getting passed over by the 45 of Jonah Burridge for 11th. All in the meanwhile, it is Tim Morse out leading over Philip Purpura. 3rd place, Mason Alexander III. Mason himself could potentially be in rare air tonight. If he gets another win, he would be matching that of Snake Plissken with 3 wins in very few starts, which has been Snake Plissken's MO as of late. Pretty much at about a 50% race win streak, win ratio for the most part. So 53 of Mason could very well join that category as well with another win here tonight. Ouch, dropping all the way to the back. It's TG Castlenut, 23rd, 24th place at the moment. And making hay, your points leader, Ryan White's up to 12th. Right in front of him is the 68 of Finley Herwig, and then right in front of that is the 45 of Jonah Burridge. So your 3 title contenders really not making it easy for each other, keeping the points very tight. We are 20 laps in with 84 laps left to go. A lot of racing still to pan out here. We'll keep the battle on our 3 points leaders. Snake Plissken trying to move back through the field here. He's up to 8th. Craig Bush in front of him. Craig Bush and his teammate, Silent Amethyst, running 7th and 6th. But man, look at Snake Plissken is just running on the back bumper of that 18, trying to get around him. There we go. Plissken makes a move on the 18, wastes no time getting alongside the 18 and getting around him there. Well, the leaders are now getting through lap traffic as Tim Morse on the back bumper of the 78 is about to put the 21st place driver a lap down here. Second place, Mason Alexander III. He's going to have a little bit of work to do here to catch up to the 60 of Tim Morse. Plissken with the fastest lap here tonight at a 12.955. That is a very fast lap here at Meridian. Is the sprint qualifier highest lap we saw was the 13.0. So Plissken gets it into the lowest bracket that we've seen here tonight. Wow, Astro Atlas up into 3rd as Philip Purpura falls back to 4th. Kovacic up to 5th. Silent Amethyst in 6th, and Snake Plissken on the way in 7th, looking on the back bumper of the 12 here for 6th. Well, there you go. The 70 loses a spot to the 84 of Joseph Hayes. 41st is able to stay on the lead lap for now, and that's actually allowing the 53 of Mason Alexander III to catch up to Tim Morse here. Very slowly closing in on the halfway mark here at Meridian. And the 53 is now right around the lap traffic of Juliana Bold. Tim Morse is going to have to be on his tippy toes here to make sure he doesn't make a mistake and allow the 53 around him. 53 would be looking at back-to-back wins here tonight, which is just not normal. The 53 I did not really have in the forecast to be a contender against the Outlaw Gang, but apparently he's actually on another level past the Outlaw Gang as of late. So, folks, keep your eyes on this 53 of Mason Alexander III next year. He just turned a fast lap. He was 1,000th off of Snake Plissken's fastest lap at a 12.956. Plisken had a 12.955. That is insane that they could have had that close of a lap together in the fastest lap category. And look at that, the 53 is right in on the back of the 60. Getting up there's one thing, passing is a different story. Is he going to get around the 60 with ease, or is he going to have to struggle for it? 60 gets around the 08 of Jimmy West here. That's going to set up a challenge here for Mason Alexander III, as he's going to have to find a way around the 08 car. There we go. The 53 is going to make quick work of the 08 just like the 60 did. '60 gets stuck up high. The 53 goes way down low. He's going to close that gap. And it's going to get interesting for the lead here as Tim Morse is struggling a little bit. Struggling to keep the lead away from the 53. Mason is running such a cleaner line on that inside. He's going to close up. He's going to make a bump on the 60. 53 is going to the lead here, folks. This is a stellar way to end the season. That 53, man, if he had a full season under his belt this year, he might be fighting for that championship. Snake Plissken is under attack here by Jeremiah Pate. Jonah Burge up to 9th. Finley Herwig in 11th. Ryan White in 13th. Well, we are halfway through the race, a little bit over halfway now. 55 laps in, 49 laps to go. Mason's going to have to hold off the 60 here. That's not going to be any small feat. 60's having a great run too. Getting through lap traffic's the really hard part here, as the 53 needs to whoa up and not lose any positions behind him while at the same time moving through the traffic that's in front of him. Philip Purpura gets back by Astro Atlas there for third. LFG Motorsports having a great showing here tonight. They are holding up the tail end of the field with Heen Clutchhoke in 24th. But running 5th is Silent Amethyst and 6th, Craig Bush. "39 laps left to go here. Still the fastest lap here tonight belongs to Snake Plissken, but that was by only 1,000th of a second over the 53 of Mason Alexander III. Fighting to stay on the lead lap, it is TG Castlenut running in 18th. Mason Alexander III leads over Tim Morse. Still running in third, it is Philip Purpura. Fourth is Astro Atlas. Fifth is Silent Amethyst. And now moving his way up to 6th, it's going to be Snake Plissken getting by the 18 of Craig Bush. The points leader trio still getting to be right there next to each other. 11th. 10th, 11th, and 12th. It's going to be hard to separate them all the way to the finish. Making another move on a lap down car. Stephen Miller falls the lap down here. And that'll be for 18th as TG Castlenut picks up a spot to move into 17th there. "23 laps remaining. Tim Morse gets alongside Mason Alexander III going into turns 1 and 2 on the backstretch, heading into turns 3 and 4. Alrighty, 20 laps left to go. Mason Alexander III loses the lead back to Tim Morse. Tim Morse gets alongside TG Castlenut here for position. Tim Morse loses a little bit of momentum on the low side. Mason Alexander III would love to try and get back around Tim Morse here, but laps are ticking away as what it's looking like is going to be our points battles pretty well settled in the ARCA division. Championships maybe not tied up yet, but very close to it, as Jonah Burge is going to maybe have a fighting chance. Finley Herwig might be locked out. Ryan White could very well be your points leader. Here we go. One more push. 16 laps to go for the 53. Wow, fastest lap in the race was turned by this 53 car now of Mason Alexander III, where he was actually about 2 thousandths quicker than Snake Plissken earlier in the race. A 12.952 versus a 12.955. Mason Alexander is not done yet. He wants to get back up to the 60 here. Fight for the win. He gives him a bit of a bump. He's side by side through the turn there. They're going to drive down the backstretch. He's going to drive into the lead. Mason Alexander III, 11 laps left to go here tonight, folks. Eight laps to go now, and it's Mason Alexander III out front leading. He's caught up to the 84 of Joseph Hayes. That would be for 16th place. 15th is Campbell Marsh. 14th is Billy Lovejoy. 13th, Lenora Hathaway. 12th, Ryan White. 11th, Finley Herwig. 10th is Jonah Burge. 9th is the 77 of Chase Kovacic. Jeremiah Pate, Craig Bush, Silent Amethyst, and here comes Snake Plissken on a tear up into the top 5 here tonight. He's got his eyes set on Astra Atlas for 4th. All in the meanwhile, Philip Purpura all the way up in 3rd there. And Mason Alexander III starting to drive away with it as there's only 5 laps left to go here from Meridian. The Idaho 104. We're going to have a winner in the books here shortly, folks. Mason Alexander III or Tim Morse. Who's going to make that last lap count the most? Mason Alexander holds the lead. He lost the lead a little bit earlier, but did he get back to the lead when it matters the most? Is he going to be able to hold it here? He's alongside the 84 of Joseph Hayes. Hayes tries to drive around the outside. He's going to cut off the 53. That's going to bring the 60 back into the picture here. White flag waving this time by. It's going to be all for Mason Alexander III to lose here. One more lap to go around Meridian. 53's already got 1, 2, 3 car lengths between him and second place. No worries, folks. Mason Alexander III goes back-to-back here tonight, winning 2 races for a grand total of 3 on the year in his already early career. Great night of racing here, folks. And then there was one. Simply one race left to rule them all, the championship finale on the planet Mars. Short tracks can be brutal for some folks, and tonight I think was a trying time for those involved, but at least we can say the short tracks are behind us, and there's only one race left to go for this ARCA campaign. Some teams starting to look towards next year as opportunity arises. Maybe next year can be the year, as a lot of the other teams are all simply looking at what could have been or what has been a very tough 2025 campaign. New faces that are proven they've got what it takes to be a Sigma ARCA driver. Mason Alexander III may very well be a hot commodity for next year, folks. So thanks again, everyone, for the 4.5-hour stream here tonight, for tuning in and catching all the racing action. 4 races knocked out in just under 5 hours, so hopefully all have a great night. Stay safe out there, and tomorrow night we will have a Cup broadcast. But until then, I'm going to go ahead and get points scored up here tonight before I go to bed, so that we got all the final race points tallies pretty much staged for next week. So with that, folks, it is a wrap for tonight. Stay safe out there. Have a great night. And until next time, this is Jakester signing out.